Hello. There are people here already. How's it going? I just woke up. I guess that means I'm back on. I mean, I woke up a couple hours ago and then we're back to sleep. So I'm mostly back in California time. Sag. Um, yeah. So I'm going to convert this over to get wrecked. A little bit. So I'm going to go here. We're going to say R is get wrecked. Get wrecked. Margin x, margin y0 times aspect. Oh shit, this is unit scale. What? Oh yeah, get rid of the unit scale stuff, which is propagating annoyingly. Okay, so we're just gonna fix this. So, so get wrecked. Uh, okay, margin.x times w, that's going to be the screen coordinate of that. Margin.y0 times aspect times w. And then 1 minus margin x, right? So this is going to be w minus 2 times margin x is going to be the new width, and the new height is going to be um, um, this is just h, hopefully. And then oh, it's not, okay, hold on. Um, 1 minus margin y1 times h minus margin y0 times h. Yo, margin yo. My tea water just finished, by the way. Okay, so we get erect, so to speak. And then right, and then r dot y plus equals off y. This is probably messed up in some way. But then here we're going to go get rect dot rounded rectangle. And then I don't remember the parameters there. Rounded rectangle, right? For with R, shape, color, frame color. And so the frame color is just going to be something. I don't know. We'll tune this later. And then this comes later. And shape is rectangle shape. And we're just not even going to set that. Unit scale. Whoops. Oopsie. Oh, that's get rect dot. and then P3, oh. P3.y is r.y plus r.h. Wait, what? Oh, because this is fucking units. What? What? Okay, hold on. R.x plus. Okay. R.w minus width times 0.5. Something like that. Right? And then we're not even the text input. Okay. So the title Y is just probably that. I don't know. P0. R.x. R.x plus R.w. Right, and then okay. I'm glad you liked The Witness. We worked really hard on that game, and you know. Okay, we are no longer drawing the rect and got the coordinates of other things messed up. So GG's. GG's. This could be due to many reasons. So previously we were only using getrect from the other file, and theoretically I added some stuff. I made the init in the beginning of the game and stuff, but we get to see. Okay, so I'm just going to print out what we came up with here. Whoops. Print before and after. Just so we see, because we add this offset, and maybe the offset is wrong, or maybe the base thing is wrong. Who was doing the art for the game? Like an entire team. Like 37 million people are doing it. Okay, what's going on here? Before, somehow our height is negative. No, wait. Sorry, no. It's width height. So the width is too wide because this is like 4K, which is 3840 by, what is it? 2160. So the Y coordinates look fine. So why are we too wide? W minus 2 times margin X. Oh. Times W. 1. That. Okay, and then, all right. Very confusing. Yeah, my tea water or something. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get the coordinates, guys. Okay, it's centered now. It is, however, not drawing. But these look pretty good. 369 by 1257. So I guess we're gonna like step into it and see WTF. So here we don't even do this. What happens there? That might mess up my text. Nope. Okay. So we'll leave that just in case. Clean this up a bit. Clean this up a bit. Colors look fine. The shape, let's actually go look at the rectangle shape for a second. So it's got roundedness, pixels per age. Say, like these defaults are all fine, looking like. Yeah. So we've just got to figure out what Chunky's deal is. Okay, we don't want to be in level rating. We want to be in playtest, whatever. Playtest notes. Open it. And rounded rectangle. What's going on? We're just going to skip ahead a bit. Okay, so we've got a quad. P0, P1, P2, P3. That looks pretty reasonable. And then we call immediate quad. How's our color doing? Color looks fine. Okay. Immediate quad. I wonder if... Oh, wait. We don't set a shader here. Right. See, I was like, we shouldn't bother doing that because it's going to call it, but we don't actually set a shader there. So that could literally be the only problem. I need a T emote. I know. What I need more than a T emote is T, though. So, like, in terms of my priority list. Hey! Okay. That's way too exuberantly rounded. I think you'll agree. Maybe not. Okay, so now we want to change this text input to be a getrect text input. That is the next item on the agenda, on the liberal agenda. Text input. So we don't need this. This just works totally differently. So where's our old text input variable? What's that called? Input. Where does that live? Playtest note text input. Okay. None of this shit has to happen. All right, so this is a getrect text input. Now, okay. Handle event, that's not even a thing. Probably. Like, because this will now send it to there. So this is not a thing. I don't know about that. We're going to have to change some things probably. Okay, and then all this stuff, we're going to want a theme, which is a thing now. And then we're going to want an so we're going to clean that up by subtracting those back off. And then all that can go. And then all that can go. And I think even that, like all that. And then I think we say, we draw input, input rect, theme, and that's that. Get results input. Yes. Okay. Procedure call did not match any of the possible overloads. Possible overloads. Wait, did I literally just not do this? Okay. Text input theme give. Oh, geez. Okay. We've got a lot of init functions in this program. We really should do a better error message for that. Okay. Shift pressed. Wait, what? How is this possible? Has nobody... Oh, what's going on? Nobody has called this function. Interesting. Normally, so we have some stuff. Nobody ever called that function, and then due to dead code elimination, that undeclared identifier was never getting reported. Now, in order to catch stuff like that, we compile things with no DCE, but maybe those things don't include GetRect. What if I do this? Do we have problems? Woof. Okay. Let's just fix these for a second. In less used procedures. Ugh. Oh, text display though. Text display doesn't even work. So I'm not surprised that it's not done yet. So that's no big deal, but let's fix it. Text display was just like something I was working on. I don't know about this. Or we're just going to go incomplete. It's not done yet. Oh, whoops. Really? Get global data. What? What? Maybe I don't want to get into this right now, but there's a bunch of data that we're making. That's got a run directive, right? That calls and this is waiting for that data. For some reason, with no DCE turned on, this maneuver is not working. We'll look at that later. It's just too far from what we're doing. Am I oversteeping my tea? I don't know. How have you asked the tea its feelings? It's actually not bad because the water wasn't that hot because I left it sitting for a while. In fact, I might not have had the thing set to boiling. So we may need to do another golden monkey soon. Why does such a large industry not come up with its own version control system? It's just everybody has so much to do. And it's not like when you're overworked, the last thing you want to do is add more work, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Anyway, so what were we even doing? We were working on this. This is just a generic job that the writers of this made up for this. Okay, so that's weird how fast this came down. And escape doesn't work anymore. And this doesn't work. Escape doesn't work because we're not like, see, the old input worked a little differently, and like automatically had focus or something. We should be calling getRect handle event, which should dispatch to this input. Like when I run in the beginning, here's a text input, and it works fine. Right here. So that's good. And then we go here. And then we go here. That comes down a little fast. Let's fix it. Why did that come down so fast? Okay, we literally said every event. We could actually put this back for a bit. Maybe. Just to be more specific about it. He was unable to use text boxes in sub-windows. Could there be a common focus issue? Maybe. Oh yeah, we didn't. Okay, that didn't help either. So we're going to do this the right way. Forget this. Forget this. So weird that one of them works and the other one doesn't. I mean, it's not that way. So this one is supposed to have global focus. Which is fine. How do you enter a playtest note about your inability to enter a playtest note? You have to use very mental things. Okay, let's fix the rate at which it comes down. Off-screen T. Playtest note open T. So that doesn't look like it changed. It's probably this. Off Y is off screen T. I probably messed this up. Times. I don't think we need the aspect. Like that. Yeah, this tea was not hot enough. That still came in really fast. What is going on? Maybe it's just fast. Do I ever dabble in coffee? No, coffee is gross. I want nothing to do with coffee. Ever. Ever. Get it away from me. Okay, well. Off. Oh, shoot. So, yeah, it's working. It's just really fast. Like, that's 1 per frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 20 frames. We're probably 60 FPS. Like, really? Maybe it was broken before. Like what? Let's try this. I mean, this idea, what the fuck? Okay. So clearly we're just not adding this off Y correctly. Right. Yeah, what happened to the line that said r.y plus equals off Y? That used to be there. I accidentally deleted it. All right. Like this idea that there's just a fucking global code repository that everybody pulls from is the stupidest bullshit ever, and I don't know why anyone ever thought it was a good idea. Like there's no possible, you just can't do that. Like it's amazing it has lasted this long. Now, if there was like a small amount of code on this repository, like if relative to the number of users, there was a pretty small amount of code such that all the users were constantly verifying that all the code was good and correct, then it could work better. But that's not even how there is. There's like more lines of code than users, right? So it's nuts. It is nutballs. Okay, so we actually have the rect correct for the input, I believe, because that's why we see it. Is there a place for what do you mean libraries? That's a very, very ambiguous question. Okay, that could actually go faster. I'm fine with that going a little faster. All right, now, why, how is Babby formed is the question we will now ask. The annoying thing is it might be hard to set the breakpoint. Let's see. There were cases that they just blindly updated even to major versions. Dude, everybody blindly updates all the time. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, very few JavaScript programmers like have discipline over what code they're including. At least last I checked. Okay. So okay, so I clicked in the thing. Let's see what happens here. Oh, fuck. Why is Visual Studio horrible? Look, there's a Control M in the file. Oh no. How did that get there? I don't know still to this day. All right, let's try again. Take 2, take 17. It's like we're trying to do real work here, and it doesn't want us to. So, GG, spam. All right, so we're going to handle event. Oh, we just add to events to handle. Oh, are we not calling the event? I might not have moved this. This is just a generic job. Yeah, I didn't move that. This is just a generic job that the authors of this made up for this. Yeah. So what happened is in level rating, we still have we're doing some G dot per frame update situation. Probably. Wait, let's look at it this way. Where does this internal, this happens in UI per frame update. Are we even calling this? Whoops. Right there. I missed it somehow. Okay. Yes, this needs to happen elsewhere. Like here. I don't even know. Update time. Okay. If developer get rect UI per frame update. Now that's still going to require us to like click in this box. So, oh, we didn't init it yet, probably. Where do we init? I thought I moved that. No, that's initting the text input. Get rect UI init. That is way up there. Interesting. All right, let's find out what it didn't like. What would I recommend instead Or do I think it's a generally idea? It is a very bad idea to make things in a browser, quote unquote. It's a horrible idea that doesn't make any sense. It's just a historical mistake that we made. And it's time to stop playing in the fucking kiddie pool and realize we made that historical mistake and fix it. What? Oh, is W? Oh, we don't have a current window. We don't have a current window. Fudge. All right. This is a little bit weird because when we do this for the editor, we might need multiple updates. Because I think we have multi-window simp, but I don't think we've done a prove out of multi-window getrect yet. Okay, anyway. Let's just say it's the main window for now. Main window. Okay. Hey, it works. Okay, we're going to want to theme this a little bit, like Control A doesn't work right. What? Control A, okay. Getrect text input has some bugs, and we may take some time later to fix these. Control A doesn't select everything, and if we select back to the first character, okay. But apart from that, this is pretty good. Now, the thing is, this text input, A, it's hella ugly. So let's fix that. And then B, it doesn't have global focus. So like, oh boy. C, we don't unescape it. Sag. Let's fix that. That's weird. How does it re-escape? Okay. Now what? Let's make it less ugly. This working on this window wasn't the main point anyway. So I don't want to spend forever on it because I want to go back to the other thing. But the reason I'm doing this is because we want to put a button on it that like pops up the other thing. And while we're doing that, we might as well convert it over and make sure things work. Do we have a separate escape handler in here? No. No. Let's just do that. Okay, now what? Let's do the font in things. Theme.input font equals, what did we call it? Input font. Great. Let's go to text input. Right. The theme. Text color. We're just going to set all these to the same. We don't have autocomplete set on this or anything. And then what did we have the background color for before? We're just going to go theme dot. Let's do this. Like, we don't care about any of this active stuff that we usually care about. Input font is not a member of text input theme. Where, yeah, what's it? There's no font member. Theme.font. What? Oh, it's input font. Why? Clearly, we're going to need to make some tea with some hotter water here. Okay. So, skip, enter. So now I'm typing, it's not going anywhere because we don't have any kind of global focus on this. But when I go click on it, now we do the thing. So this text is actually, it's a little big, if I'm being honest. So I think we want to shrink that down slightly. But aside from that, oh, and we're not scissoring, which is weird. Like, why? I know we did scissoring on this because I tested the hell out of it. Oh, our scissor integration may not be working. Like, getrect is calling scissor, then I'm not doing the right thing with it, maybe. Mm-hmm. We should check that. Okay, so anywho, boom. Like the first character goes to the left. That's so weird. Something is wrong. Okay. We'll turn the font down slightly. And then we'll look at that scissor issue. And then we'll take care of the global focus issue. And then we should finally be able to make the button we wanted to make. And the global focus thing... I mean, maybe it's a theme property that just says global focus, or maybe maybe we give you a function and you can decide. I just don't like callbacks, you know. But maybe you want that. Maybe you want to know if it's within a certain rectangle, but just not that one, you know. So maybe we need to make it a function, but we can give you a function that says global focus that just says return true. Okay. So input font, slightly smaller. Just going to try that out. What's wrong with callbacks? There's a lot of things are wrong with callbacks. Callbacks fucking suck, actually. It's still a little big. I don't know. Like, the problem with callbacks is you don't know what you're allowed to do inside them. They hide your program state, right? So, like, okay, wait, we're sizing this based on the font. So, like, okay, I learned my lesson. Oh, you know what else? We have a cleanup here. That's fine. That's cleaned up. But there was another one where we were all this stuff. But also, like, we're just doing this. So as I shrunk the font, the window shrunk, and we were sag. All right. So this Y base is nonsense, right? And then there, and then there. All right. And then with the width, it's that. All right. $32. We have some people who are like going on 60 months, actually. We have some people who have hella subbed. All right. Oh, we're a little too wide. I goofed that. But the height is better. We actually could use a little more. The width here, what did I do? 2 times this, I guess. Okay. Well, welcome to everybody who's new, and welcome to everybody who's been here forever. It's all good. All right, this is pretty okay. I mean, see, fonts are basically very hard to deal with, all right? Because if you look at this part on the right here, it kind of sucks and it's off balance, right? If you just cover everything else up and you just look at that, it's like the text is too high up. But the descenders here need somewhere to go. Right? And if you have text with a lot of descenders, then it looks fine. And this is why fonts are hard to deal with. And the idea of putting a font in a narrow box like this is a little bit weird. And maybe you would rather just have a line that you're typing onto. You know what I mean? But please make a new font. This font is way better than anything I would make. Dude, Carmina Bold is like the best font in the universe. We talked about this last night. Add the same padding that you need for descenders on top. That tends to be too much. We could add a little bit more. I think we could get away with a little bit more, but like if you actually add an equal amount, then it's usually too much. And by the way, all of this has to be tweaked for every font manually because fonts tell you different, they have different opinions about what is what. Okay, so, okay, that actually looks pretty good. I feel okay about that. Oh, you know what? Okay, so we actually also adjusted the difference down on this. But this actually looks pretty good. Yeah, this is all we need. So now let's get the global. Oh wait, we also have this problem. How is Babby formed? Like we're trying to open this. All right, this is just a generic job that the writers of this. You know what, guys? Here's what I think we need right now.
The world is full of difficult choices. From small things like what vegetable to have with dinner or what book to read, to big things like who will be that special someone or which candidate you should elect. These choices can be daunting, but we have the solution. The next time you have to choose, relax. The right music? It's these guys. The book to read was Proust. That special someone was your old Plan B, Dave. The right candidate was this lady, and the vegetable was lettuce. Every day we help millions of people choose a better life by choosing it for them. Face goo my crapama. Think of how great your choices will be when they're made by us.
Okay. Just a reminder of how to be a good person in the year 2021. 2022, wait. Actually, it's still 2020, pretty much. Remember back when it was 2019 and I said we were living in the year 2020? Long time people to the stream. Remember that. Those were the good old days. Guys, it turns out I only heated that tea water to 160 degrees, which is why my golden monkey did not punch very hard. Okay. Um, why am I in the debugger? What was I doing? I don't need to debug anything, right? Why did I run the debugger? I thought we were gonna set the global focus. Oh, drop down. Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. So, uh, so let's just get it going. So we're going to go skip here. We're going to go here. Okay. I'm going to hit escape. Okay, that doesn't do anything yet because we don't have focus. So we go here. We hit escape. Now, when I hit enter again, it pops back up. Now that's very weird because supposedly we reset the escaped thing. So are we hitting this same code again? Right? Like, do we keep hitting that? No. Do we keep hitting this? So when I'm hitting enter, it's actually going to that text input. Oh, because the input thinks it still has focus. So, okay. So these are both focus issues. Okay, we're going to let that tea steep. We are now trying a fabulous Whole Foods brand tangerine soda. Okay. Tangerine soda. It's pretty good. Okay, so So, do we have... What is this shift plus enter? Who even cares about that? Is that something that Sokoban cares about? Why did I put that? That's weird. Okay, so oh, that might have been a completion thing in some way. So, really, let's just make a couple booleans for this right now. Whole Foods in Tampa, like, I don't think Whole Foods is that good. So, I mean, maybe to get this cream soda, but I'll just have a delivery people deliver it. Whole Foods used to be a lot better than it is today. Even before Amazon bought it, it had gone way downhill. I was looking for my other chocolate peanut butter cups, and I realized I ate both of them yesterday. Damn. Okay. I'm just going to add more booleans. I'm going to say, well, what's active here? Okay, let's say disabled. The user may set this at any time to input, and global focus is false if set this input will take events at any coordinates. All right. Okay. So how should we do this? When we draw, deactivate. All right. If we deactivate the input. Okay, now I'm going to pour this tea. Very good. I don't know how well it goes with tangerine soda, but you know. Okay. Okay. So when we do handle input, right? Handle event. If input dot disabled return, we just won't do events in that case. Else if global focus and not active, maybe this global focus idea doesn't make sense. Maybe we just activate it every frame. Does this make sense? Question mark. Okay. Skip. Enter. Okay, well, oh, because we don't set these things. Lol. Okay. We put them in. We didn't use them. So, update playtest note. What is it called? Let's put this here. We're just going to set that every frame, just in case. And when we make it, we're going to set that. Okay, now it came down and we can type without having to click on it. That's great. It's weird that it's weird that calling activate on it didn't set the border. So we have to see what's going on there. And then I hit escape, and then I hit enter. Escape, enter. Okay, this is weird. Okay, this is another bug. Wow, it doesn't like the first character. Cursor being at the first character draws at the end. What? This might be a special operations session tonight. That's what, like my cursor was back here. Now, first of all, that's wrong because it's supposed to be big if it's at the end, right? But it's not really at the end, it's at the beginning. And I start typing and it's at the beginning. I'm like, what? It's just first character cursor. Bad. Okay. Anywho. This is finally working now. An hour and 20 minutes into the stream. Our conversion is basically complete. Okay, if you double tap enter, there's a few things that still are a little janktastic. So when we reset, we don't reset the cursor position. I'm just writing these down. They don't matter that much. We're doing the thank you on it. Like if I escape and enter, right? If I hit enter while it's coming out again, okay, let's say it's oh wait, disable is what it's called. I was like, I can't find it. Whoops, is less than. I don't know. We'll just say it's only when it's totally open. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, okay. So we don't reset the cursor position. That's goofy. We'll do a separate stream where we fix these little things. Yeah, so now if I double tap enter, bringing it out, it doesn't. Okay, cool. So now that this is established, we can add our button over here that says go to jail, go directly to jail, do not pass go. Go to level comment. Go to level comment screen. And we'll make that button. Okay. let's chill out the curvature on this big dude, because if we want to put a button in the corner, the curvature is going to get in the way, right? So shape, we have this shape, and we can set roundedness. We could either set it, is to say shape.roundedness equals 0.06. Like 1/3 of what it was. That's probably a lot tighter, and we'll just see how it looks. But it should give us more of a corner to put a button in. Okay. Next. We will do a button. What is it called? Level rating. Level rating. Get rect.button. We're gonna make a button theme for this. Get rect.button. Actually, we don't have to pass that yet. Button rect, which we're gonna make. Go to level rating. That's it. Pressed is this. If pressed, for now, we're just gonna close this. Close. What is this called? Close playtest notes. Let's just make that. All right. And close playtest notes is just going to be let's call it note because do that just in case. Okay, so we call that. And we can call that here close playtest note. That's why we were doing this. Button rect. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Let's say the button width, which we're going to abbreviate, or button height, which we're going to abbreviate BW, is going to be what is the big, so we have R up there. R.H times 1/20th of it. You know, that might be too small. BW is, I don't know, 10 times BH. Who frickin' knows? And then button rect is get rect from R.X plus R.W minus BW times 1.2, R.Y plus BH times 0.5, BW BH. And that just gives us a button somewhere. Okay. I should stop putting this up, but okay, go to level rating. So you see it was pretty easy to make a button. It's not the most exciting button. It's not the most exciting font. Let's make it a little bigger. Not quite twice as big. And then, I don't know, something like that. And Could squinch that over a little bit. I wanted to put it up a little bit more too, but. Oh God. What have I done? What? Yes. Yes. Oh. Yeah, that's what I've done. Okay. Yes. Okay, we didn't make it wide enough, by which I mean I didn't make it wide enough. And also the font, like, I think we could do Carmina normal. But that positioning I'm fine with, right? So let's actually fix this corner. This is BW times 1.1 is 5 times BH times 1.1. So now if we change this, it's like, well, and actually 5 times BH is 5 times R dot H times 0.09. Like, and we can, of course, factor that together if we want. Let's put the 5 there. Whoopsie. Okay, let's just run that. Make sure we didn't screw that up, and then we'll change the font. Oh, I did screw it up. But how did I get a negative number? Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay, guys, I was a goofball. That was correct for, but we're setting it by the left point, and so I also made it bigger. See, if we want the corner to stay, okay, let's just make sure we're back in town here, right? My brain did not do the right thing. All right, so, okay, that's good. The text is the wrong size, and actually, honestly, it could be a slight nudge over, but we're not going to worry about that yet. So this is 5 times BH, and we actually, okay, BH is R dot 8, so 5 times BH is this, right? And actually, so all we want to do, we want to subtract BW, but then we want this part to be constant here. This 5 times R dot H times 0.09, right? So that, we just want that right there. And then we could make it wider and it should be fine. Oh God. What? Oh, this 1.1. I don't know, guys. One of these days, we'll get it. Dude, what did I just do? What? R.x plus R.w minus BW minus... I think... Okay, I think I had to do that. I turned my 1.09 into... I just deleted it, but I think that was wrong. It was such an easy mathematical... There we go. There we go. Okay, so now we can make that wider. Let's multiply that out and make this back to 6 like we were trying to do. You notice how much faster this would go if the game started up faster? That's why it's important to keep the game going fast. There we go. What a handsome button. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is that level rating thing that starts when the game starts. We're going to make it work like this, where it actually pops down and like does stuff. So this will like slide up and that'll slide down. Okay. What do I want to do now? Well, I guess I just start doing the other thing where this opens the thing. I'm not even going to worry about this font right now. It's like, no, you know what? Okay, forget it. We're going to do it. We're going to say theme.font equals, we're not even going to make a global for it. Get font at size, not bold, Carmina reg, and this is going to be I don't know about that. Yeah. Come on, bro. I should change the precedence of XX. Wanted button theme. Yeah, this was the wrong theme. And we didn't know because we weren't passing it. All right. One more thing I want to do on that theme is when you hover over it, I want that a little bit. Like that. I just want more response. Skip. See? Good. Now, let's go back to level rating, which is the file that we were working on yesterday and all that. So now this is happening from transition, which let us not do this yet. Eventually, transition screen will also pop this open. Yeah. For now, going to no check in this. I've really not checked in a long time, so if my hard drive crashes, I'm Sagittarius. My name is Sagittarius Jackson. Okay, you know what? We'll do this. Where does playtest note update? HUD. Update level rating. If level rating open T, we're just going to do the same thing. Okay. Level rating. Update. Do we even have update level rating? Boom. Level rating T. Okay, so and let's just do exactly what playtest notes is doing. We could encapsulate this into a data structure somehow, but okay, we actually can use our new move toward on this, and we'll actually switch the other one too. Level rating, open T. I mean, I called it T before. Let's just call it T. Let's see. So level rating T target and DT, and rate open is 4.5 and rate closed is 9. Times 0.7. Except, yeah, we don't want that because we want this to go, it's going to automatically open at the end of a level and stuff. We don't want people waiting on it. Yeah. So we never set T target to 1. We're going to have an open and a close. And when you press this button, close playtest node, open level rating. This is going to go level rating T target equals 1. Okay. Now this is going to start at 0, and that's going to start at 0. Close level rating. Update level rating. Yes. Sure, I missed some stuff. DT we don't have. So to update, we need the DT. Oh yeah, I was going to change this move toward mess as well. Move toward playtest node open T, playtest node open T target. DT 9 times 0.7 is 6.3, and then 4.5. Oh no, that's the close rate. Open rate is 3.2. We'll just round it. We don't care. 3.4. Let's make it a little faster. Okay. This goes away. Actually, all this goes away. Screw all that. Look how much better that is. All right. Level rating open T, right? Because and actually draw level rating I don't know. I'm just sort of saving a function call there. Who cares? Okay. So now we go here. Say, go to level rating. Oh, God. Okay. It's in the right place. Our shaders are... The place that we are calling this from is different from the place we used to be calling it from. And it is not setting everything. Like, remember when I said, hey, we're not calling rendering 2D. Okay, also, we're updating this twice with, like, different... Yeah, forget that. Okay. Now... I think we could just do that. That might not be the only thing we need. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay, we're not getting our rounded rectangle in the background, which is sad. I mean, this isn't that bad, honestly. Maybe we can chill out on that rounded rectangle now. But we still want it there. Oh yeah, because we don't set the shader as well. And let's make it not 9. Let's make it yeah. So now we do this, we do this. Hey, all right. This outer one is very ugly. Okay, so now note that the character is still moving. That is badge. Also, I turned up our time rate. So that's just because we haven't made the equivalent of knowing if this thing is capturing input and shielding it away from the game. So we'll do that as well as editing that color. Also the thickness. So this rounded rectangle is equal to THICC. So we're just going to have it. And then what? Yeah, so in player control here, or level rating is capturing input, right? And what for playtest note, whoops, I don't remember what we said. It's something about just is the open T target. Yeah. So we're just going to say return level rating T target greater than 0.5. You can totally see that there's just some data structure we could factor out that has a few numbers on it, but it's still, it feels not totally worth it at this point. Okay, so level rating, boom. Okay, I'm hitting keys and I'm saying everything about this level, dude. I am saying everything about this level, dude. I don't know. We're going to do a hotkey situation for this screen as well. Not yet, because what I want to do now is hook it up. Because this information is not actually going anywhere now, right? So we've done all this work to like make this be a thing. Badge. How's it going, everybody? I have drank 2 teas already today, and I just keep wanting more. I guess it's better than eating chocolate bars. Am I going to save this to the file? Yeah, so there is already like a campaign progress file that stores, you know, like, did you unlock this level? Did you complete the level? Right? Stuff like that. And so per level, it wouldn't be that much more to just store some bits here. And we'll store more than 8 bits because, like, you know, we might add more things. You know, before we do that, we could do a little bit more here where we actually center this stuff. So I want to center it, and then also, you know, even though this isn't really a star rating system, it's like these are sort of positive attributes and these are negatives. Oh, I forgot to change the color of this. So we could do like a little green and then a red, or maybe that's the, maybe just the frame colors are green or red instead of, maybe that would be ugly. Maybe it would be good, right? But I was also thinking maybe there would be a band behind it that's like grouping them visually. Are we planning to record playtest or movement? We talked about it. I don't know if we'll do that eventually. Right now, we actually save all their undo history. So it's not like recording literally everything they did, but I don't know. We also talked about you know, maybe running OBS or something like while playing, you know. So I don't know. Anyway. Who will I be collecting feedback from? Initially, we have one person picked out. And then we'll see. It will not be the general public. This game is far from done. It's not remotely ready for that. We also, I mean, we could group them. We could have more of a gap between them. Off center. I literally just said that. Find it annoying that your text goes away? After you play 700 levels, you will know what these are. I mean, that, I don't know. Like if we add more, yeah, I mean, the frame red and green might be. It's just green isn't that good. Maybe it's very bright red or green. Maybe text color. Let's try text color first. I think we're going to want to do text color maybe and border color. But also this OK button being green then is like not the best. We'll worry about that in a second. Okay, so the tooltips have the button states. But the button states don't really know. Like, I'm always a fan of putting user data on things. And we don't have an integer user data. So why don't we just do that? And we're just going to set this. And when we draw these, we call consider tool tip. Oh, you know what? we don't need to use that user data right now because we're going to say all right, so okay, so is it a good thing or not, right? And when we draw the text, let's just, right now, we're going to make the color sorry, dot XYZ. I mean, I like Snakebird. This isn't saying that Snakebird is an awful game or anything. I like Snakebird, but it has a certain problem that we are talking about here. Okay, so I think the green could be a little more green, and the red is pretty good. The red could be like actually slightly brighter. And the green could be a little more green. Colorblind squad, I know. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Whoops, I just opened the editor. We didn't want to open the editor. Go to level rating. Oh, that's kind of ugly. Oh wait, I made it yellow. That's why it could be more green. What am I doing in my brain? Okay. Yellow. Maybe they're the golden girls. Should be a Steven Sausage Roll option. No, Steven Sausage Roll would mean like brutally hard. Also, our first playtester doesn't like Steven Sausage Roll. So like there's that factor. I just want that a titch more. Can we do hot reload? I mean, you could do it manually. We didn't build it into the compiler. We just have too much other stuff to do. And I don't think hot reload of code is very good. I disagree with some people on that. Okay, this is pretty good. I mean, I actually don't feel the need to do bars behind them. So let's just center them now. Okay, I think also here's the problem with the current layout. It may be that the sun is streaming through the window, but the other thing is they're too darkened in the unselected state because you want to look and recognize them, right? So like I did that because I wanted to be very clear, But it is very clear what's selected right now, so I think we have a little leeway. We can dim them a bit less. So when we are here, what is the color? Oh, it's literally in the button theme, I think. Is it called rating theme? I think it's just, right? Let's just try that. Actually, also this part, I thought we were going to put a lot more code in here, but right, so instead of so we're going to do that, and then, you know, we might regret this later, but you know, how do you build that into the compiler? Well, you would output DLLs and output some runtime code that knows how to, etc. Okay, this seems okay. Like, I don't have a problem knowing what's selected, and I have less problem recognizing. It's a little uncomfortable looking at the whole screen of all these things, but, you know, it's fine. Executable patching also works. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the problem with hot loading is you can't change a data structure or you're fucked. And that's just lame. Like, it just, I don't know. I mean, for some of this stuff I'm doing here, it would be fine, actually, for adjusting all these buttons and whatever. But there's like this crossover line. Like, you have to make it both work very flawlessly, which, for example, Visual Studio Edit and Continue never fucking did. And you have to tell people flawlessly when they goofed and changed the data structure. And I've never seen somebody actually do a good job at that either. Structure for everything except the shared data. Dude, a video game is all shared data. It is not like, you don't like define a data structure and only use it internally to a function and never store it anywhere. That's like 0% of data structures. If you change an enum, you break your whole program, right? There's all sorts of things that'll break your program. But yeah, also it's true, the longer the startup time of your program is, the more valuable it is to have hot reloading. That is true. It's just that what I've been focusing on with this language is minimizing complications in order to in order to be maximally reliable, right? And you know, adding complications for hot reloading didn't seem like the right step. We might do it at some point in the future. Not if it's only used, dude. How? Yeah, that's not true. Not if it's only used from the DLL is not true, because there's stuff on the heap somewhere, and you can't replace live heap memory without shutting down your program, right? Like, you're just making stuff up. You've never tried this in real life, is what I'm concluding. You have to go rewrite the entire heap, including, you know, memory allocators that you don't understand and like whatever, right? Oh, we're using a UI library and we passed a client data pointer to it that has one of these things, and I just added a member to it. Like, it doesn't work. Unless, okay, the way that you get it to work is if you have people buy into a heavier duty framework where it's like, well, there's certain kinds of game state, and when you hot reload, you lose all that state, but the game's still running somehow or whatever. I mean, I guess you can try and do that, but that is not a programming language level thing, first of all. And secondly, it makes me doubt the usefulness. Keep it out of the compiler. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is we do give people tools to control the build, right? So if you want to build a bunch of DLLs and then, you know, hot reload them, like, you can make that happen. And it's probably a little bit easier than it would have been in C++ to make it happen. Although, yeah, I don't know. Like, it depends. But yeah, we don't do it for you, is the answer. Their engine hot reloads by just automatically saving where you're at. So for a specific game, it's a totally different thing, right? Like, okay, this game, we have save game files, and the save game files say stuff like, you know, what level you're on and what your moves had been on that level, right? So, you know, you can exit the game, edit the code, change data structures, restart the game, and play back that save data. And it works so long as you don't break compatibility with the save data, which is one of the development constraints that we place on ourselves, right? That's fine. But that is different from a general hot reload, right? So you could clearly do that. So instead of exiting the program in a way that people see, you could like just hose all the memory and load stuff and refresh it, and it's like restarting the game, but maybe faster or something. But again, that's a very application specific thing or domain specific thing. And when you're making a programming language, it's probably you can't assume that much. I don't know. Anyway, okay, so two things. One, I keep forgetting to make this less ugly. Two, centering these things. Frame thickness. So frame color is, I think, the second argument. Yes. So this is ugly, and I think let's just make it gray. Let's actually also make it a little bit thinner. We're going to make it gray, like a a good medium gray is probably fine. Yeah, like, you know, when you make your own engine, part of making a game engine is like you decide how the higher level system works, right? Like, here's how my entities work. Here's how my levels are stored. You know, this button is up a little too high. But, you know, you make these or over a little. Like I shunted it over. So, you know, that's what making an engine is all about, is like, let's make a bunch of decisions that all hopefully cooperate together in a way that's nice and that help us do good things, right? But the reason you have different engines is because different people have different opinions about what those things are. And, you know, making a programming language, you want to enable all those people to make their decisions the way that they make them, right? It's not orthogonal because part of working well, part of making a system that works well involves the programming language you're working in, right? But it's like, it's just a little bit different when you're making the language than when you're making an engine. And when you're making an engine, you can make much more like heavy decisions and say, this is how it works and it's my way or the highway, because the value you're providing in an engine is the my way or the highway part, right? Okay. So yeah, this is less ugly. It's better. So now let's center the dudes. Wrong file. So we are, what we can do here is cut an initial slice off R that puts us in the middle. So slice width is R.W Yeah, okay, let's just do it this way. R.W, so we're going to subtract some stuff minus, you know, how many buttons? 3 times, or num columns is 4, right? Num columns times B plus margin H, right? And then plus margin H because of the extra 1, right? Times 0.5. And then now I'm not going to do it to the other row just because I want to make sure it's right first. Electrician simulator, is that better than gas station simulator? Okay, this is actually kind of cute, right? It's like I'm picking heroes in Overwatch, or sorry, Apex Legends. Team Fortress 3, I mean. Is there a way you can use WinMain and Windows procedure with OpenGL? Not with WGL. I don't understand the question exactly. Because WGL is not an entire graphics library. It's like a few functions. And then you use the rest of OpenGL. I don't think I know a way to do it without the WGL functions. There might be one. But that doesn't, like WGL is not like an old OpenGL. It's like some functions that come with OpenGL on Windows now. Seems a bit Baroque compared to just doing foo::g.rect. You're going to type that in my chat without even bothering to think about the consequences of one decision or another. Are you seriously saying this stuff to me right now? Jesus. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Like imagine that there's a design thought that went into doing it that way, and then think, what might that design thought have been? You know, it's just try that sometime. That's all. Just like imagine, you know that song, Imagine All the People? It's like that, but without all the people. It's just you. You're asking what the thought was. That is a very rude way to ask what a thought is. And it's pretty obvious if you actually think about it. So just think about it. I don't know. It maybe didn't mean to be rude. Sometimes people say rude stuff in text-based mediums and they don't mean to. Text, you know, it's inherently a brusque thing, but yeah, I'm not going to put up with that. All right. You need to load WGL extensions for modern OpenGL contexts. I don't remember. I don't remember. Like I do that stuff and then I forget about it for years, right? There's definitely annoying things you have to do to start up and get. There's this thing where you have to get an old style context and then use it to get a new style context because it's horrible. But there's no barrier to using OpenGL4. He was making an inside joke. It's okay. I gave him an inside timeout. It's all good. Anyway. So, this is kind of okay. So I think the next step is to store the information. Okay. Great. Now, this rating flag is actually going to go elsewhere. Because it's like now going to be campaign data. Oh, interesting. I have level state flags. Let's call this flags. Okay. Just to be consistent with level state flags. So the campaign state. Where does the level state flags go? Levels visited. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, let's just add a whole new frickin' hash table. Why not? That's not even a true comment anymore. Do we want to remove this for the shipping game question mark? Okay, so okay, so we're going to have to save and load that table. Okay. That's fine. Before we save and load it to the file, what we will do is when we open our level rating screen, okay, so we're going to get our campaign state and we have an entity manager, and we're going to initialize our rating flags to whatever they were. All right. So where are we storing them? We're not even storing them. So we need to do a thing where we init the buttons. Interestingly. Okay. So we're going to have this makes me a little bit skeezy because it's like duplicating the state that's in the buttons in some way, but it's fine, hopefully. Okay, so we're going to see flags found is table find cs dot level ratings and manager dot universe name. Let's just say name. Name is manager. Whoops. I goofed that paste up. All right, so if found rating flags equals flags and init buttons. We have to like somehow make the buttons. Okay, here's the thing. We're not even going to do this yet. We want to test that we set the buttons to the correct initial state. So every time we open this, we're going to set to some known flags. We're going to set to Snakebird, Snakebird, Magic, and Broken. All right. And then we're going to set init buttons, and this stuff all can frickin' go in file scope, right? Okay, so when we say init buttons, what does that mean? Consider tooltip. If init buttons, all right. If rating flags and flag state.pressed is true, we're just going to force that. So they're going to still animate in. We could probably cheat that, but they're going to animate in. But that's fine. We might prefer that actually. And then init buttons equals false in case it had been set to true. Okay, so right. Oh yeah, I can't put level rating T into file scope because we look at it from the outside. When will the game come out? We don't know. When it's done, it is getting closer to done every day, but it is still not done. Boom. Okay. Hey, look. Oh, you know, it probably animates open at the same time it's coming down, so you don't even see it. But look, we got our things, right? So I could even deselect these and select other ones, and I'll hit skip, and then we'll bring that open again. Boom. Yeah, you do see it animating out. Why are you guys bike shedding about button colors? What is going on? Why is chat a complete trash fire? Okay. Now that this works, we want to store these flags in a table, right? So the plan is that I could set certain flags on this level. Then I could go to like this level, which is the next one, right? And bring it up and have different flags. And then like go back and so forth, right? So if we found this, rating flags is flags, else rating flags is 0, and we're going to set init buttons to true. This is going to stay as a little test. We actually don't need this. All right, cool. Now, when we close, okay, not when we close actually, but when we need to do two things. We need to actually update rating flags as the buttons change. Number one. And number two, we need to save that value. So I was thinking about saving the value, so let's do that. When we say close level rating, we literally never, really? Okay, close level rating, that's fine. Same thing. Now, if we press OK, what do? We say we want to save the stuff out, right? We're going to do all this same stuff. All right. Let's put that up there. Pointer is table find pointer. If found, actually table find pointer, you don't need the found, right? Yeah, we don't even return a found. So if pointer else, we add it. Table add. Oh, we just want a table set. Table set level ratings name with whatever the current rating flags are. That's very easy peasy. And that's it. Okay. Now we're not saving this in the file yet. And we're not doing other things. Actually, we could do this. We could say here we could say log skipped level rating. Actually, we're going to log the universe name anyway automatically, so we don't even need that. And here we're going to say, actually, let's say level rating colon, so we can search for that. Whoops. I'm having a day right now. Level rating skipped, level rating percent, and rating flags. Let's put a star there so there's no. Okay. So we're printing out the rating flags. And we set it in the thing. Now, we need to actually update these rating flags. All right, so down here we had our init buttons, it was called, and we check this here when we consider a tooltip. Now, if we're not initting buttons, okay, we can't do this until we know the flag. Okay. So if state.pressed rating flags or equals flag, right? Otherwise, we clear it. Will GetRec provide blur effects? Not okay. So there's two questions there. Like one of them is, I don't know. So there's a question about how much do we give people by default, and how much do we like enable them to do cool stuff easily by hooking into the thing. And I think both of those. I think we want to provide some themes by default that have some special effects in them. that are cool, but we don't want to force you to have to use those, right? And so just how does that work is not really figured out yet. Okay, so broken, but I enjoyed it. And I understood it as a designer. All right. Actually, let's make a little Tetris L here. That's great. So I click OK. Now, if I open it back up, it should have those same flags. Yes, okay. Even if I skip, it should still have those flags. All right. And if I clear and mess them up, but I skip, it should have the old Tetris L. Okay, great. Now we'll go to a different level. And this should have no flags. I'm going to light them all up, but I'm going to skip. It should still have no flags. I'm going to do the opposite Tetris L and say OK. So I go there, that's still there. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the first level. We should have the upper left L. Oh, we don't. We didn't store it in the hash table correctly, I guess. Huh. So if I go back to this one, it also won't. Okay. Weird. So what is going on there? The answer is we're not calling open level rating. And the reason that we still had those is because we didn't reset the variable because we weren't calling open level rating. But we are calling open level rating. That's how we're getting here, right? Like if we go to the playtest, right, we are calling open level rating. So actually we should have in the log. So level rating, like design, communication broken. Level rating, magic, snakebird, frustrated, contrived. So then what? Let's see what that looks like. H18. All right, it's this one. Yeah. Yeah. So we did some skips. So we record the level name here after everything, annoyingly. Okay. Are the hash keys the same? Well, they should be. Here's what we can do. Saving rating for whatever, and we'll save it. We'll write the flags again. And this is, we're going to put the name. We're just going to log it, right? And when we start the thing, loading rating for the name, found whatever value whatever, right? So name found flags. You make sure table find yep. So we read the value. Okay. Boom. Okay, so we do this, we say okay. Saved rating for mirror underscore 2. Actually, I guess we get to give ourselves a garbage value. Yuck. Okay, anyway. So we're going to bring it up again. Loading rating for mirror 2 found true, value like, design, communication broken. Okay, so we claim we got this out of the hash table. So I'm going to go to mirror 3. Pull it up. We shouldn't find anything, right? Loading for mirror 3. Found false. I really should, for the purposes of this debugging, I should set it to 0 if found is false, whatever. Going to go back to 2. 2. Wait, now it was there. What's going on? Back to 3. What? Found false. We might be resetting the campaign state and reloading it. That would be really bad. I would not be a fan of that, but we can see. So, because we claim, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to dump the entire table. Lol. Lol. Okay, so we're going to say, okay, so if not found flags equals 0, table.count, whatever, cs.level ratings.count for value key in cs.level ratings. Print key value. All right. How do you like them apples? Undeclared identifier. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a bug report. That's an unhelpful error message that is currently on the bug list. Okay. All right. Go to level rating. Found false, value 0, table.count 0. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now we go here. We should be able to not find it, but we should dump a table that has mirror 2 in it. Yes. So now we go boom, 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 boom. Okay. We open it again. We have a table that has mirror 1 and mirror 2 in it, and we found it. Okay. We go to mirror 2. We found it. Mirror 1, mirror 2. Okay. Mirror 3. Go to level rating. Didn't find it, which we shouldn't. And then we have all these. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Still there. Still there. Mirror 2. Still there. Skip. Is it something about skipping? Now it just works. Wait. F. Oh, right. Guys, I need to copy the string. Lol, I got pwned. I'm a noob programmer. All right. That was 10 fucking minutes of, like, because I haven't thought about this subsystem in a long time. Yeah. Like, it's not a hard-coded string hash table. It's a string from any key to any value, and it doesn't invoke a copy because you might not want that. All right. So, yeah, we'll leave the other thing in for a minute because it's fun. We'll just do a bunch of levels and watch the table dump. And if I use GitHub Copilot, I could have, no. Well, you might have avoided this thing and you might have had 17 other problems. All right. So we're going to go upper left. Okay. We're going to go lower right. Okay. We're going to go top. Okay. We're going to go bottom. We're going to go left chunk. We're going to go right chunk. All right. So now when we look this up, we have a table dump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of curious that they're actually in order, huh? How did that happen? That is sus, if anything is sus. Okay. Anyway, we're going to go back to 1. And we're going to go there, and it's tetrasy. We go to 2, and we go there. Okay, so now we are not stupid. Well, we're not as stupid. So we're saving it correctly in the table. So now we just have to put it in the file. So all of this will be destroyed next time because it is not in my campaign file. I'm going to make some more tea, and this time we're going to do some honey. And then we'll go. Is it that? Well, we have a honey choice. Let's see. Let's make a moral choice. We have 3 honeys. I don't have the camera on, of course. We have a moral choice between 3 honeys. Number 1, cinnamon solar grown honey spread from the Cliff family in Napa Valley. Cinnamon solar grown honey spread. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, multifloral Manuka honey, K factor 12, product of New Zealand. Raw by Weatherspoon Gold, which I guess is Reese Witherspoon's honey farm. Third, we have First We Feast presents Hot Ones Nugget Honey infused with Pepper X. Okay, so basically Hot Ones honey, which might be gross, Manuka honey, which is pretty good, and cinnamon honey. What tea is it going in? Golden Monkey. I mean, we could try. I've never tried Hot Ones honey in tea. It is pretty hot. It's not like unbearably hot, but it is hot. I am going to do Golden Monkey steeping number 2, so it's going to steep a little bit extra long. Therefore, we have time to make this moral choice. You don't recommend spicy tea. Have I tried acacia tea honey? Probably at some point in life. Let's do the Manuka honey, the New Zealand. I don't want to do Hot Ones spicy honey right now. I think that's more for food, right? The spicy honey is like for chicken. Like there's even a chicken on the thing. Okay. So we're going to wait for that tea to steep. New Zealand. I mean, you guys are basically, I don't know what's going on there. Like, as near as I can tell, yeah, President What's-Her-Name wants to get everybody nice and obedient so that they're ready when you guys join China. That's all I can tell. It's like pre-obedience training so that when you become second-class citizens of China, you're ready for the treatment. That said, California is kind of doing that too, just not as severely as New Zealand. Have I watched Don't Look Up? No, everybody has asked about this yesterday, and I don't know anything about that movie. Fake news? Maybe. I mean, I have been to China, so you guys don't know if I'm a secret agent or not. true. I could be. I might have been going back to Rendezvous. Sounds like a pretty low effort hot take. Well, I mean, look, I'm just saying what it looks like from where I live, right? From where I live, like, dude, I don't even like the way California is handling this, which is one significant fact. It's not the entire reason I'm moving out of California, but it's one of them, right? If I saw, like, dude, I would leave. If I lived in New Zealand, I would leave the country based on what I've seen, right? Clearly not that many people living there leaving the country, so maybe they have a different opinion, but yeah, I would not put up with that shit. Anyway, enough of that, especially when people rating show up. Hello, people rating. So we want to save this state in the file now. And then we're going to try not to oversteep the tea, but we do need to oversteep it a little bit because it's second steeping and it's Golden Monkey. I'm deciding what honey. We actually decided. Actually, since we got raiders here, let's educate them.
The world is full of difficult choices. From small things like what vegetable to have with dinner or what book to read, to big things like who will be that special someone or which candidate you should elect. These choices can be daunting, but we have the solution. The next time you have to choose, relax. The right music? It's these guys. The book to read was Proust. That special someone was your old Plan B, Dave. The right candidate was this lady, and the vegetable was lettuce. Every day we help millions of people choose a better life by choosing it for them. Face goo my crapama. Think of how great your choices will be when they're made by us.
Okay. Just, we have contractual obligations to run that ad every 5 minutes. So, it's part of our esports deal. Yeah, the Golden Monkey tea, I got a big bag of it because I think I got some in Tea Runners, which is a tea subscription that I do that some people on the chat will be familiar with. And I liked it a lot. And so I got a big ass bag of Golden Monkey tea. It's delicious. I would show you the big ass bag. I got it off Amazon, and it's not really intended for sale in the US, I think. Like, all writing on the outside is Chinese, and then there's one sticker added on the front that says ingredients in English because that's required to sell it here, right? But it's good. I can't read the package, but it's good. All right. So we we're now going to save this to the campaign file. Level rating. No, levels visited. All right. Okay, we want to bump the version, by the way. Not the undo status file version. It's going to be 10. All right. Now, when we save the table, what is this one called again? Save the levels visited table. We're just going to put that into its own little area. All right, and then save the level ratings table. Level ratings. And some of this is the same. Put string with 2-byte count. We're going to write out level names again because who cares? And then the value. Yeah, I mean, literally, this is copy pasta. We could just call a function like the tables are different types, so it would be a polymorphic function, right? But we could just call that function with either of these. Okay, so now we also have to load this. But value is a different type and size. So put here is polymorphic, so it adjusts to the size just fine. So literally the same code. The only difference is this. Okay, now, yeah, we might factor that together maybe. Let's do it. You know what? Screw it. Here's what we do. Since we have people from another programming language visiting. Save hash table. Table is a pointer to some hash table, right? And then we're going to say save hash table levels visited and save hash table level ratings. And like that is literally it. Maybe. In fact, let's not even make it a pointer. I might have messed something up there, but let's see if that compiles. Undeclared identifier hash table because it's called table. For some reason, I called it table, and that's not good. Oh, builder. Yeah, we need to pass some parameters. Builder, Bob the Builder. And then we don't dereference table because we passed it by value, and there we go. Maybe that works, but we don't want to test it yet because we are now writing campaign files with stuff in it that we don't know how to load yet. So we need to do that. So when we load levels visited, we could also, this is a little bit more specific, but this could be, since we know, okay, I'll show you guys. This table, when you instantiate it, right, it has key type and value type as parameters. So this could actually be declared as table.valueType, right? So that's all good. And that means we could factor this. So we could say load hash table. And I believe we're pulling out of a string or data. Yeah. Data is a pointer to string probably. Or no. Yeah, okay. We're going to pass a pointer so that we can modify it, and then we're going to take the pointer out on the thing. Table is a pointer to some hash table. All right. And then down here, we're going to say load hash tables, CS levels visited. And if version is greater than or equal to 10, we're going to load hash table cs.level ratings. All right. So table reset table, get visited level count. I guess this is unsigned, which is why we're doing that. So level name, we do the get. We get the type out of let's call this value because it's not really like solved was for that one hash table. This is generally a value, and we'll table add the value. All right. Undeclared, I called it hash table. I need to rename that from table to hash table. Okay, so load hash table, right? Yes. Data, need more inputs. Get, oh, yes, I didn't change that. All right, we're good. So that's cool. You know, it's just a simple application of polymorphism. We're loading two hash tables. They're two different types. Well, they both map strings to different things, right? And just this code does both of them, and it's fine. And the reason this works on both is that, you know, obviously hash table operations are also polymorphic, but like this get function that pulls things out of strings is also polymorphic, right? Let me pour this tea. I might have left it too long, guys. Let's find out. Would it be too cumbersome to put the ratings into the visited table? The reason I didn't do that, I could have done that. You would think that that would be a good idea, but I might want to strip this data out for actually shipping the game. And like cutting an entire section out of the save file seems cleaner to me than like changing the data format that is saved per level. Now, this is less efficient because like everything in the ratings table is going to be in the visited table by definition. But like, yeah. I just felt better about doing it this way is the answer to that question. But you certainly, if you, as the author of a game who is doing an equivalent thing, if you wanted to do it the other way, you know, that's probably a reasonable choice too. It just depends on your priorities. All right, so I'm going to honey and milk up my tea, and then we will try this out and hope I didn't screw it up. The downside to polymorphic function like this is like maybe if I got something wrong, it's harder to see, right? If you just have two instances like pasted out, it's very easy to see. All right. You thought that the version annotations would take care of the new properties. So if we were calling some kind of general data serializer that like process those, then that would be a way to do it. But we're not doing that. This code doesn't work that way just because that's, you know, I decided to do a very simple thing of just like writing out the values, right? So, yeah. But other stuff does, like our entity code does do that kind of thing. Where does level name get allocated when we store things in the table? Like here, for example. Oh, here, see this, if you mean right here, this doesn't get separately allocated. What happens is data just has all the data in the file, right? And then we point our string at a substring of that file where it's located, right? And then we copy it down here to put it in the table. This tea is very good. Even second steeping Golden Monkey is good. Okay, so let's find out how bad I broke it. It's always a little bit scary writing stuff to your save file. Okay, so now we're going to do the same exercise. So we're back here. None of this is going to be there anymore. So we're going to redo a little bit. We're just going to do 3 levels because who even knows what's going to happen? We could, you know, if I mess some, whoops, did I? No. So this is level 1. That's still there. Okay, this is level 2. That's still there. This is level 3, and we're going to do the top line, and that's going to be enough for us. And then I'm just going to quit the game, and then we're going to run the game. Okay, are we? Yeah, okay, we're at level 1 here. Hey, everybody. Level 2. Hey, level 3. Polymorphism actually does work sometimes, man. All right. So, this is all good. However, we have problem. In my country, we have problem. And that problem is transport. Or actually, that problem is we're not saving this string down here anywhere. So that's the next step. So we did these values. We didn't do these strings. In my country, we have problem. The table is destroyed. How does a copied string get cleaned up? When we destroy the table, we iterate and delete the strings, free the strings. Yeah, the text not being scissored we know about. That's on the list. It is probably because I messed something up in the integration between GetRect and the game. So you'll see if we run the GetRect example. Actually, let's see. Let's make sure that the GetRect example still works right. Like, okay, so just this is a similar text input. It's left justified, and I'm typing, and it's scissoring on the left there, right? And then now it's scissoring on the right because I clicked out of it. So, and Control A works. So like, what did I do? That's very weird. And cursor being on character 1 works. So guys, I literally have no idea why this works and the other one doesn't, but we'll figure it out. Can't be that bad of a bug if it works here. Maybe I haven't recompiled this in a while. I don't know. I haven't compiled it since the 9th. Let's. I mean, I doubt something broke, but let's compile. Oh. Yeah, remember these changes I did the other day or yesterday? I've done a lot of programming, so it seems a long time ago. I guess I didn't finish them all. That's probably not why this is broken, but let's fix it. So basically, we put these members on the state yesterday, so we don't have to return them. Right, so line 81, and anyway, over factor, this is state dot. We did exactly this with a different file. We might have to do it more. 87, state dot base, because we're not using. All right. Oh, whoops, I compiled the wrong thing. That failed to set the icon is because I'm running the program, so we can't modify the executable. Also, that's why we couldn't write the file. I meant to do this. All right. So we have the same thing, just in a different widget. Right. Line 151, same. Wait. Too many arguments. Wanted 2, got 4. Oh, yeah, because we don't pass the over factor and the pressed factor because they're on the state. It's like communism. Everything is handled by the state. Attempt to pull too many values. Again, 101, over factor, pressed factor. State.divider over factor. That's redundant now. We don't need to store it separately. Wait. Slidable region state. Okay, this is state.divider state. I should read the code. All right, so now we're at a new place. Scrollable region. I should have known that I wasn't done and that I should compile some other stuff. Okay, overpressed, over factor, pressed factor. Number input. Line 14, over factor, pressed factor. We obviously don't even use them. They were local. And then text input 298. What's it? We're using text input. Oh, never mind. Slider 286. Same thing. Same thing. Foreground and background, over and pressed factor. And then we don't need those here. Checkbox. 108. Okay, we got example. We type. Yeah, it's still scissoring. It's still scissoring. It's fine. I'm going here and it's still, yeah, it's still the character, first character is fine. It might be something about if our coordinates aren't snap. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's probably a tiny bug. Anyway, just verifying that things still work. How's it going, everybody? Back to whatever we were doing. What were we doing? We were happy that this worked. And then we were saying, but the frickin' text isn't being saved. So do I make a third hash table? Here's my problem, guys. Here's my problem. If I wanted to be Mr. Smarty Smart Pants, I would just now make a data structure. Okay, my problem is my campaign is hosed. because I want to add more. Okay, I could add the strings separately in yet a third hash table. That seems stupid. Second, I could put the strings alongside the stuff that I just put in there. That seems reasonable. Why is that bad? Well, it's just this polymorphic function that I was very happy about. Didn't it like only handles scalars right now. And so if I make this thing be a struct that has these flags and a string, then maybe I don't love that, right? Like maybe I have to make two different functions, or so maybe I temporarily split it into two different functions and then I combine it back later, right? That could be fun. Or maybe I overload put to work on frickin' structs, which I'm not sure I love, but could happen. Okay, sorry. This was in campaign that we're looking in, and so this put function is here, and we have a put for scalars. We have a put for strings. We have a put for specifically named for 2-byte strings, right? We don't have one for structs. Now, we could just do that. We could just say there's a put for structs that goes over all the members and does them. The thing is, I don't really want to, like that, if I do that the runtime way, I could do it compile time. I could, yeah. Maybe we just do that. I don't know, guys. This is like the final, it's the final countdown. After this, we're basically done with this task. And then the thing is to go off and do all the little things, like the little text input bugs that we noticed. And or have people test it a little bit. I could send a mail out to the team. Oh, no, because we're not totally done. Because we want it to come down when you finish levels. That's the other thing to do. Sorry, I misspoke. Okay, but before that, we need to do this. I mean, we may want to put other things in this ratings data. So making another hash table for it is really dumb. So here, I'm gonna do it the dumb way, and I'm gonna split our fun polymorphic function back into two, and then we'll maybe recombine it. Right? Let me actually. And also because I don't, whoops. Because I don't want to upgrade my temporary version 10 thing that I just wrote, I'm going to delete the campaign because this campaign doesn't matter. just so we don't have to worry about that. Boom. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Now what? We Yep, we just, let's go to save hash table. We're going to make one that's like save hash table, no check-in. And this is going to just be, yeah, we're just going to do this. And we're going to do this. And we're going to put value dot flags. And we're going to do put string with 2-byte count builder value dot comment, right? We could put a label on the comment field telling people what it is, right? I don't know. Okay. Oh, and we could also do hotkeys to run that screen off the keyboard. Okay. So we're going to save the key value.flags, value.comment string, whatever we call it. Okay, and then load hash table. Again, do I have one with memory allocation? Nope. All right. So we'll do that. Okay. Now we also want to do some other stuff. We got to change the name of this data type, or not the name. We got to change what's in there. Rating info is a struct with flags is rating flags, and comment string is a string, right? That's great. And then the table in the campaign is a table to rating info. And then when we add and remove things from the table, what's your job? Tables. We got to store those instead of the other thing. And we clean this up. Okay. So we go back to level ratings, right? So we have this thing where we table add or table set info wars. Info is rating info, Fino info. Info.flags is this, and info.comment string equals copy string of get result text input. We just called it text input. Get result g dot text input. Actually, does get result? We literally, yeah, okay. Okay, that's pretty simple. So we set this, we set that. We table set these things. And then when we get the value, we of course table find. Okay, so now we want to say, so here we dump the things, that's fun. And this is going to be, let's say, info.found. All right. So info.flags, and we say set text text input info.comment string. Okay, that is maybe everything we need to do. Get data. Oh, yeah. I didn't change that. Value.flags. Wait. What? Wait. That's the old one. Load hash table. I didn't put the no check in here. So it was like, hey, you're trying to call get on a struct, and we don't do that. All right. Text input. Oh, I put my G in the wrong place. It's here. I meant G dot get result. Undeclared identifier flags. That's info wars.flags. Okay, 35. I should have just imported it. Get rect file scope. Well, anyway. So here we go. How much of a disaster is this going to be? I have no idea. Could be bad. Could be bad. Okay, let's go to the mirror aisles because that's where we were doing stuff. Okay. This is great. We're going to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to do our Tetris. And we're going to go Tetris upper left. Okay. I mean... Oh, we didn't. Oh, we got to reset this between levels. Lower right. Okay. When we don't find it, we don't reset text on the text input. Anyway, when we go back here, upper left. I'm going to go here, lower right. Okay, great. Now, what happens when we quit the game and run it again? So this should be the lower right one because it's level 2 that we loaded in on. Okay, we didn't get the string Sag. So the question is, did we... Okay, we did though. It's in the table. It's saved in the file. It loaded. We're just not correctly initializing the text input. I can live with that. That gets rid of almost all the pain that we could have suffered, right? So this is in the save file, in binary, packed together. There's something fun that we can do to make the, like, there's a low effort thing we can do to output our struct. It'll be fun. You can see the true power of this armed and operational battle station in a minute. But first we have to solve this. Like, what's going on? Okay, so there's sort of two things, maybe the same thing. One is if I do this, right? And wait, now we have it. What? What? Now we have it. So it's like something about waking the text input up the first time. This would be an API usability thing. Let's quit the game and restart it. So it basically completely works, except it's just, oh, actually, hold on. Let's do one more thing here first. Here, we want to reset the text if we didn't find anything. Clear text, g.clear text input. Okay. So somehow we didn't do it, but we have it in the table. We're on mirror 1. We should get, okay, so if I skip and don't type in it, what happens now if I go back? Then it's fine, but it's like not activated. What is even happening? Okay. Let's see what happens if we say, what if we do this? Did not help. And then it's there. Like, okay. Oh, you know what it is? We probably didn't ever init the text input the first time. Oh, init level rating. When do we call that? Literally when we draw. Lol. Okay. Eventually I want to make it so you don't have to call init on the text input, but right now you do. It is Sag. Sag. Hey, okay. The colors are weird. But that's fine for now. I mean, it's not that fine, but okay, so that works. Let's do regenericize this thing, and let them witness the power of the fully armed and operational battle station. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some smart macro shit. Yeah, let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. Load hash table. Where was that? That was in campaign. Okay, so save hash table. We did this no check-in thing because we wanted to do some extra stuff here, right? Okay, because we don't have a simple thing. And let's do this. Let's say code is code null, all right? If code, insert code, else, put builder comma value, all right? And so instead of doing this, we're going to go save hash table, code with some stuff. And what is that stuff? It's going to be, you know, put builder value.flags and oh yeah, we want insert internal here just to make sure. And well, let's just make sure we get it. There we go. So that way you just write what code you want to go in there and it goes in there. Let's try that out. Attempt to insert a non-constant. Oh yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. So, oh, right. So this has to be a static if. Okay. Let's find out if I destroyed the universe. So we should be, I think I left off on level 2, right? 2. That's lower right. Still there. So now we're going to go to level 3. And we're going to go top. The top. That, the fact that we start out in the middle is unsavory as well. Like, it's just some text input things, all right? So that's 3, and 4 is going to be the bottom. I wish I could put the computer science symbol for bottom, but I don't remember the Unicode, and it's probably not in the font. Okay, so we go back here, and top, great. This is not what we're testing. We're testing quitting the game and coming back. And seeing what happens. Boom. Go to level rating, the top. The top. We saved it. We saved it. Sometimes things just work. Go to level rating, the bottom. You know, I haven't been working on this programming language for fucking 7 years for no reason. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah. Oh, we never even deleted this one. Yeah. Okay, so we just do that on load as well. Power of TDD, you're going to get banned. Anyway, so that's the thing is, if you call this with a value that put handles, you don't need to pass a code. Otherwise, you put some code and it puts the code in your code. I heard you like code, so we put some code in your code. All right. So we go load hash table, and we're going to do the same thing. Where we say if code, else, you just get it, insert internal code. All right. Now down here we say load hash table, We don't do the no check-in version because that's not going to exist anymore. And we go code of this uninitialized is making me nervous, so we're just going to do that. We could parameterize that if we want to make it fast. It's fine. There we go. Should work. Same thing. It has been 7 years. It's been more than 7 years, which is it's kind of sad, but we also made this great game at the same time. So it's not bad, actually. It's not bad, actually. Okay. So what level is this? The bottom. That's what level this is. So we loaded that clearly. I mean, we're printing it all out. We can actually verify all the data is here because we're still printing it, right? So that worked. So GG's, no re. Like this is an alternative, like instead of writing some big system that iterated, like we could have written a system that iterated over the struct, generated some meta program to like output each member of the struct, but then it's like, it has to assume what's the handling like for each type. What if you want something different and all that? And it's like, oh, if you just do this, you're good. Now, that said, this isn't that different from what you would do in a functional language or like C++ with lambdas or something. The difference here is this is not a lambda. You know it's efficient because there's no question of capture efficiency and there's no question of calling efficiency. Because it's not a function, it's just some code that we put in. Where does the data go? Right now, this is just for playtesters we're cooperating with. So after the playtester plays the game, we'll get his save file back and see what happens. How does the assembler optimize dynamic code insertion? It has nothing to do with any assembler. This happens at an early stage of compilation. By the time the backend sees it, it's as if the code had been there all along. You're watching Casey program on Handmade Hero and he doesn't use classes and methods, etc. How is his code integrated into the code base? So like, I mean, Casey can program and he can program in whatever style he feels like. He's got a lot of experience. Now in the witness, we did use classes and some methods, but we didn't use them in a very C++ way anyway. Like we didn't really use much inheritance and we didn't really use much templating or anything like that, right? It's just, it was just a way of like organizing and namespacing stuff, kind of. And if I were to start that code base over again, I would do even less of that. So it's not that big of a deal. He just did things and called the functions. Like there isn't a real problem there. Like I don't. like, I'm not sure why you imagine it would be a problem. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're thinking of some code base that's like very much about objects talking to each other all the time. That's not really what the witness code base looks like. How much less code would witness have if it were rewritten here? I don't know. I mean, so the first thing to realize is anything that's redundant about header files you wouldn't have, right? So like, so take however many functions you have that have to be in a header file and in the body and subtract that many lines, right? First of all, and then forward declarations and all that. And that's just for free. That's not huge, but it's something. And then the question is, okay, and then now the actual expressivity of the programming language and all that, how much code does that save you? And I think the answer to that depends on which part of the code you're looking at, right? So like on the witness, we had to make this whole system for like serializing entities and saving the metadata and all that. And not only did we have to make a system that keeps the metadata, because C++, a long time ago when they added so-called runtime type information, what they added was basically not very useful. I've never used it successfully for anything. So you have to roll your own, right? And so first of all, you have to roll your own system for that. And then second of all, you have to manually, well, the way we chose to do it in the witness was to manually register the thing. So for every entity in the game, there's like a function that says, let me tell the system about all the properties in this entity, right? Which, in this language you get for free mostly. You could do it a different way, like parse header files and do stuff based on what you see parsing the header files. That kind of approach is fraught with peril in its own ways. So that's one of the sectors of the code where you save the most. Other places, you maybe save less. It's hard to say. I've never done like an apples to apples comparison, and it's hard to do one because like things that are idiomatic here are not really idiomatic in C++ and vice versa. It's definitely less. Like, definitely my code is shorter now, and I do it faster. I can program faster in this language than in C++ substantially. But I don't have serious measurements. Yeah, regarding that playlist that was just linked, keep in mind, like the first two videos, if I remember correctly, are just talking about the language, and they're old enough that I wouldn't really bother watching them. Because a lot of this stuff in them didn't end up being the actual design of the language and stuff. But the third one, which is the first one where I actually demo a running system, that one probably gives you some idea, and then going on from there maybe. My 100K program would be maybe 200K in C++. I don't think so. I think it, if I were to guess, again, it's hard to say, but I would say C++ is probably 25% bigger, which, or 20%, 25% maybe sometimes. Does that sound like a lot? Well, I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, it doesn't sound amazing, but on the other hand, if something takes you a year and it takes you instead, 9 to 10 months, that's a decent speed up, right? Oh, yeah, and C++ compiles tremendously slower, which is the other thing. But like I said, I think I think it depends. It really depends on what program you're talking about. Like for a big system like this game, some parts are a lot smaller, some parts are probably the same size. There's probably never anything that's bigger, really, although I'm not sure. If you only do 6 lines per day, then it's a lot. Yeah. Well, my recommendation is do more than 6 lines per day. That's all I got to say there. You know what I want to do? So we're at a good spot. There's still more to do. I might want to take a break and come back later. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. But first, I would like to check in the progress now, because I took out all the things that should ruin everybody's life. And I want to get some testing in. Like, I did just do all this save stuff real fast. So I would like to know if I break things for people or whatever. I want to make sure all the files are in, like those bitmaps that we just checked in. Hopefully they're in. So I want to save or check in, load it up on my laptop, right? And just go to that screen and make sure it works and all that. And so let's see what no check-ins I have here. Level rating. Oh yeah, just these. Yeah, it's fine. We're going to leave that there in case we want it. Transition. This variable doesn't even exist right now. And level rating. Yeah. Okay, that's it there. Did we leave any in GetRect? Yep. Yep. So now I have to run all the compiler tests, because as you saw, the examples didn't build, and so yeah, we'll see. Let's say cleanup. Maybe we don't want global focus question mark. All right. So game compiles, tests. Let's see if they go. You're leaving your AAA company. Congratulations, I guess, if that's a good idea for you. For some people, it's a bad idea. For some people, it's a good idea. So, yeah. All those passed. All right, so I'm going to check in the compiler. Many GetRect changes. Dang it. Oh boy, look at all them changes. Okay, so while we edit the change log to fix the trivial conflicts that are in there, we're going to rebuild the compiler and run all the tests with, with all the, like, it's very likely that whatever I did is orthogonal to whatever else somebody else did, but out of an abundance of caution, oh, okay, we didn't actually change the actual compiler? What? Let's rebuild just in case. You started in AAA last week. Well, good luck. Good luck. What do I think about software architecture in the current days? Software architecture is extremely important. However, almost all the advice you will see on the internet is ultimately bad. It might be a little bit good advice if you're starting with nothing and you're genuinely just totally confused and don't know what to do. But do not take this stuff very seriously, because most of it is actually kind of bad advice in the grand scheme of things. Unable to find a module called D3D compiler. Okay, so maybe somebody updated the game as well. This might take a while. Let's go look at the change list, by the way, while that's going. Okay, so I added a bunch of stuff at the beginning and somebody else added a bunch of stuff. And, you know, Subversion doesn't know which order they should go in, which is why it's flagged this is a conflict. Look at all those changes to bindings generator. All right. Do we build the game? Yes, thank you. Do we build the tests? Yeah, Raphael's doing a lot of good work on the compiler. Glad he's doing that stuff. Okay, cool. Now, no, we're gonna commit this first. We're gonna go back and get our commit log message. We're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do the game, and we're gonna say, mostly added the level rating system, still a bit of stuff to do. Okay, cool. Now I will update these things on my laptop where you can't see for a second. How's it going? How's it going? Had to untangle my laptop cable. Worst part of AAA development is waiting on servers, compiles, asset conversion, etc. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. That is the worst part. If only you guys used a programming language that would compile a lot faster, one of those problems wouldn't exist. Okay, now over here, I'm updating the compiler. And while, so I'm going to start the compiler building. And then, whoops, that didn't happen because it's Windows. Now I'm updating. It didn't, like Visual Studio claims there's nothing to rebuild. After, maybe there isn't, but I don't know. I just don't trust it. All right. Update the game. This might take a second. Took a second over there. Serious Sam Siberian Mayhem stream. Is it good? That was like not by actual Crow Team, right? It was by one of the friend teams. All right, so we have built the game. Okay, so I am in the game. I'm going to do the comment thing. That works. It's using our new fabulous rounded rectangle. I'm going to level rating. And we got our things. All the bitmaps have loaded. I'm clicking on them. They're happy. Blah, 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 blah. And the same text input bugs are there. And I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to go to another level. Oh, I forgot to put a text commentary. Hello, sir. Hello, nurse. All right, so we sit OK there. We go back. We go to level rating. That all worked. I'm going to quit the game. And I'm going to start the game again. And go to level rating. And there we go. Everything works great. As far as I can tell, I didn't forget to check in anything, and all is good. So laptop is shutting off for now. So now is when I decide, do I take a break and come back later and ignore all the viewers that we have right now? Or do I don't know, take a 2-minute break and then keep going? We're in a good spot. We've done all the major things involved in this task, and now we just have smaller things. We want to fix the scissoring. We want to figure out what's going on with the doodad, right? Why the cursor's in the wrong place. We maybe want to add a little bit more niceness. But basically, yesterday and today, we did this whole little UI. And that involved working on the UI system a little bit too. So it's been good progress. Am I making lots of progress right now? Yes, we made a bunch of progress today. It's just I do often around 4 hours, which is how long it's been, starts to feel to me like break time, that's all. I kind of want some chocolate. Snacky poos. Wait, I was about to say I didn't have any chocolate left at home, and I was wrong. I have another peanut butter cups, and I have a salted chocolate crunch bar, and I have a green tea crunch bar. So the conclusion is we're going to take about a 2-minute break while I just walk around for a second so my butt doesn't harden into the chair, and then we'll come back and do some more things. We could also, if there are on-topic questions about what we were just doing, we can address those. Serious on-topic questions about what we have been working on. gonna get some more of the orange soda. Yum, yum. How do the ratings and comments get from the users to me? We're just going to get the files back manually. Finally, just got all 16 registers working. That's cool. Wait, does that mean all the existing code? I'll have to take a look about how that works with all the hard-coded operations that like need A and D and all that. But yeah, that's cool. It's good news. I'm just doing, yesterday and today I just decided to do without cam. I do that now sometimes. The snake, it's not disrespect for Snakebird. I like Snakebird. I have plenty of disrespect for Snakebird Primer, but I like actual Snakebird. It's just, it does have this problem. Like, you got to admit, it has this problem. Does the persistent data for your fancy MGUI animations live in the button state or theme? Basically, when you call the button function, it'll make a state struct if there isn't one, and you can ignore that state struct completely if you want. But the callback thing that I added, you get that state struct as a parameter and you can look at it. It's a little bit precarious because, like, you know, there's probably less of a guarantee about what the members of that state struct are than there are on like the regular API, right? So you might have to change your code more. But yeah. What is the Snakebird problem? If you play the game, you'll know. I recommend playing the game. It's an interesting game. It's probably cheap now. Yeah, if you haven't played Snakebird and you like puzzle games, it's interesting because it has a problem and you will understand the problem, but it's also an interesting game, you know? And on Steam, there are Snakebird and Snakebird Primer. Do not play Snakebird Primer. Unless you just want an easy intro to Snakebird that is not that good of a game in itself, then you could play Snakebird Primer. And then you could play real Snakebird after, maybe. I don't know. Is there anything in gaming technology that would make story-based games interesting? I don't like. There are people working on that, like Casey's working on it. Um, I mean, you have to see. You have to let people work on the problem and see what they come up with. But do I think that's going to make stories that are good compared to novels? No. Might it make something interesting in a game kind of way that's different? Maybe. But I'm just kind of tired of the fascination with story that people have in games generally. Like, people think that good games or the future of games is going to involve stories or whatever, and it's not, actually. Um, or not in the way that people think it is. And that's fine. Like, stories are a really cool thing. Like, language is a really cool thing, and storytelling is a cool thing, and we've used it very effectively throughout history. So being fascinated with stories, that's a very worthwhile thing. Like, that's fine. Just why are you doing that in this video game area that has terrible stories? Like, if you're fascinated by stories and you also think terrible stories are good, then maybe you don't know what you're like. That's just like, what's even going on there, right? Like, go read some actual good stories and be fascinated by those, and then come back. What about games like RimWorld with stories that are systemic? I think that's an abuse of the term story. This is one reason why the story philism I think it started in games academia, sadly. And one reason why it annoys me so much is some people take things that aren't story and calls them story, okay? Just because you can tell a story about something that happened, even if that story is interesting or exciting, doesn't make the thing that happened a story. It makes what you told about it a story, right? So if you go out and get in an exciting almost car accident while you're getting lunch today and then get away in time, and then you tell your friend, that doesn't make the exciting almost car accident a story. It makes what you said about the exciting almost car accident a story. But somehow when games are involved, people lose that distinction, and it is very annoying. Did I meet Ashley Wilson in person? You mean Ashley Johnson? She did not mention you, no. She did not say, hey, say hello to get off my lawn. Okay. I guess we're not going to have serious questions about. Phil Lamar said hello, though. Phil Lamar said, tell get off my lawn to call me sometime. Okay, what am I working on with UI? I'm clicking on squares and making them do things. Um, you feel like there are several terms that are abused, like story in game design. I know. And the thing about story is the word story gives people warm fuzzies and makes them feel good, which is fine. Again, stories are cool, right? But then they apply that to some things about games to try to transfer those warm fuzzies and feeling good to those other things about games. And it's incorrect, right? They're doing something wrong. When I'm rendering with UI, do I do that into a render target? No, right now. So right now, the general render that happens is we do render the 3D scene. That's into some off-screen render target that may or may not be the frame buffer resolution. It's probably lower. Like this is a 4K monitor, and so we're probably rendering it well less than 4K into the off-screen buffer for the main 3D scene. Of course, that's a complicated process, right? That like does a whole bunch of stuff. Um, Once you have the 3D scene, then we draw the 2D UI on top of it at screen resolution, right? Um, but the way that works right now is we blit the 3D scene into the final back buffer, and then we just start rendering stuff on top of that the way you would have in a game 20 years ago or whatever, right? It's like very straightforward. RimWorld has system, Final Fantasy has writers that set in stone what will happen. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, so a system where exciting things can happen is not a story. It's a different thing. It doesn't matter, like, but it has authorship, right? That's the thing. That's where people get confused, I think, right? Like, the person building the system has opinions about what kinds of things should happen and how they should happen and when they should happen and at what time they should happen, and puts all those things into the code that makes the system happen. And that's what makes some systemic games better or more fun to play than others. All that is true. That doesn't make it a story. And I think when you call it story, it's just the discussion becomes too confusing. Any comments on these people saying NFTs will allow taking assets between games? They have no idea. Anyone who says that has no idea what they're talking about. It's an absurd notion on its face. RimWorld advertises itself as a story generator. Then I will go complain at Tynan about this for helping spread the confusion. And he won't care. He'll say, ha ha, I don't care. Your feed is full of that nonsense all of a sudden. I've been having a lot of NFT bots sending me private messages for some reason. Which is probably a sign that the sector is collapsing, right? Because if you had a lot of like legit money coming in, you wouldn't need to do that. There was a pretty good Indian commercial about NFTs that someone linked to me, or that I saw on Twitter. I don't know how to find it again, but maybe if I go on YouTube and say Indian NFT study or commercial. I don't see it. All right, I'm not going to spend time searching for it. It was entertaining. Actually, let me find it because I remember who tweeted it. Okay, I don't even know where this comes from. Here, this is going to be our commercial for the moment.
So,
Here, let me fix the audio. This is like the most accurate take on NFTs that I've ever seen. All right, here we go. And I'm not even Indian, dude.
so, what is it that you wanted to tell me so badly? Huh?
ये देख रहा है इसे मैंने 5 लाख में खरीदा है
Kya? The box?
Not the box. What's inside the box? ये
Seriously, dude, there's nothing inside the box.
It's art. सिर्फ मेरे पास इसे सेल करने के राइट्स हैं.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Yup. It's non-fungible.
Are you selling it?
20 lakhs.
Sorry, what? 20 lakhs?
It's okay, dude. As I said, it's art. It's not for everybody. You didn't even see it in the first place.
No, wait. Listen. 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs?
25 lakh.
Hey, sorry, who are you?
35 lakhs, yes. 50 lakhs. 70 lakhs.
75 lakhs.
Done. Done deal. 75.
$95 lakhs.
1.5 crores. Art.
Jewelry for you, ma'am, and gold coins for you, sir. Good investment, sir.
Thank you.
Good investment.
So that's NFTs, everybody. How do you deal with a work colleague that's fallen far into OOP hell without being patronizing? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the problem with trying to approach this. Why has the dude fallen into OOP hell? It's not by accident. He didn't invent OOP, right? People told him that's how you should program, and they maybe even said some things that sounded convincing about like why that's a good idea to do all that stuff. So if you say other stuff, then you're just another person telling him how to program and giving him some reasons that maybe sound good. Now, and you're outnumbered by all the people saying OOP is good. So like you could try to have that argument, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if it's worth your time or energy. I mean, you could just drop a little bit of like, hey, here's some references you could go look at about why this isn't such a good idea. But like, I wouldn't put a lot of energy into it because really rhetoric is rhetoric, right? Like saying how you should program is just talking. And what actually should win is like, if somebody actually knows how to program better than someone else, then that person should win, right? Like, I mean, factoring out like business concern, randomness, and whatever, but over a long enough time frame, right ideas will beat wrong ideas when they're engineering ideas and not like religious ideas or something, right? So the real thing to do is to just keep honing your idea of how to program well, and just get so good that you can demonstrate effectiveness in ways that most people can't. And then that's probably a lot more convincing than just saying some things. But then also, then you just win over time anyway, right? So that's good. And having good software out there probably talks to more people on a larger scale as well. I don't know. But like getting into arguments about how to program, I'm not sure that that's the best thing. For the grid-aligned entities, you store separate logical and visual positions. Yes, we have 2 different position variables on every entity. Yeah, like people, if the original reason they decided to do things that way is not really based on evidence of effectiveness, then anyone who you try to argue with will be able to come up with an infinite number of counter arguments because all of them are not based on evidence, so it doesn't matter, right? After so many years of programming, do I still enjoy it? Yeah, often. I mean, programming is a grind sometimes, but it's a fun and interesting thing to be able to do. Okay. I'm back here, and what even was I going to do? Let's, okay. One of the things we were going to do now is open this menu when you finish a level. This is kind of a long level, but we can get close to the finish, and then I'll go back and I'll edit some stuff. So we go here, and oh yeah. Okay, so I'm there, and I'm just gonna quit. I'm a quitter. And this should be very simple. Oh, but we have to freeze the transition. Okay, let's go look at that. This is going to be really annoying. Actually, so our transition, when you win a level, it like fades to white right now, and we're gonna have like a completely white background when we pop this thing down. Okay. Oh, actually, we could do it here. let's add a new transition state. So if, let's make this true. This will later be based on a command line argument, right? So no check-in. So if playtest, right, else transition state is victory. Here we're going to say transition state equals getting playtest rating. Okay, now when you close the level rating, we're going to say if so we're going to need this and that. Whoops. Lol. Okay, so this switch statement wants us to say case I'm actually not sure what I should set this thing to. I think we just say t equals 1 or something. There's another one, line 37. As a failsafe, let's see if because who knows, like I might have screwed something up, or maybe we make this go away in a different way. As failsafe, let's see if the level ratings panel is up. If not, change to victory. Okay, so so we had this function here, if we're capturing input. Okay. See how this goes. Okay. Here we go. Wonk. Oh, guys. I never opened the thing. So I set the thing to getting playtest rating. I don't open the thing. So then we detect that it's not open and shut it off and keep going. GG's. Okay, so now I'm going to solve a level here. Whoops. Yeah, well. Oops, I didn't solve it right. Okay. So now what is happening is the following. I set t to 1, so we have this white screen. It is drawing on top of my feedback thing. So if I can find one of the buttons, there we go. Okay. You got flashbanged. Indeed. Okay. Let's do this at a different time anyway. Let's pop it up before we do that transition. Right? Okay. This is a little bit complicated because when you bail out of levels, maybe we don't want to do it. Maybe we do if it's not the overworld. Let's try to err on the side of not being super annoying. Okay. So this variable, let's put this up here so we don't really care where it is. Let's take this and okay. If playtest, we could overwrite this and do this if something. What is that other something? If transition to mode is equal to dot advance level. But we don't have that yet, so we're going to do it down here. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to a simple level. Back when life was simple. I got flashbanged again. Oh, because we set t equals 1. Dang it. Okay. Boom. Like, that's not as nice as the fade, right? But, okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, because it was sending us back to the overworld. So that's the other case. That's the other case. That's overworld due to command. Okay. On the first read, libc is about 2 to 2.5 times faster than WinAPI. From the second read, WinAPI is almost 2 times faster. I mean, it's just differences about buffering and how much of the file do you preload and whatever. Who knows? None of that really matters if you want to be fast, because next gen file reading doesn't look like fread, right? Next gen file reading looks like I have a large memory buffer and I'm going to asynchronously request some DMAs into that buffer, and let me know when they're done. That's what it looks like. And then you go do some shit while that's happening. All right. Now, I think this might actually fire on Overworld when I go in here, which is bad. Oh, it doesn't. Cool. Mr. Streamer, why is the frame rate not 700? We already did this one, but we'll do it again just to test it out. Okay. I mean, I think we're doing okay here. So there's some other stuff we could do, like when you haven't typed anything into this, we can add a thing that says type a thing, right? We can call that like the empty text or something. Did I watch the speed run of Witness? I did not. No. Why not just use open read file then? Because it's synchronous. I am getting pretty tired, so I do think it's break time soon. You know, I think it's break time now. We've done almost 5 hours. So we're in a good place. We're going to come back later and do more, but we're getting down to the little details. Like, this is pretty much the system that we wanted. You know, we might add more buttons, etc. And there's little things that we want to fix, but this is basically done today, and that's great. And then, you know, we see what happens after. Yeah, pretty much the remaining work. You know what? Let's hook it up to the command line argument so I can get rid of the no check-in. What's it called? It's just, we have a variable called doing play test in Sokoban, not in the compiler. Yep. So we say here, we just say global doing play test. And I can just have this be there, and we don't care about that. And so now if I win a level, we won't. Is the skip button for skipping a level? No, it's to skip doing a rating of the level. There, see, we didn't do it. But now if I quit and I run the game with dash play test, we're going to load a different campaign even. Okay. Cool. Cool. Were the notes different than the text? Yeah, they're different because these are just any time in the middle of a level. You can leave notes and they get logged. They just go right into the log like that. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna go. Do we have any new programming language streamers that we could raid? If not, we might just not raid. Let's see. Software and game development. Oh, we could send back. She might not be going that much more. Wow, this doesn't look like. She's not programming right now. She's doing something else. Open world RPG. Building NFTs. Chilling with some rock sculpting. Story design. You know, we could raid her because, oh, wait, Rust game dev, a game in a week, day 3. Okay, we could do this. All right. Thanks, everyone. Wait. Van Devender, he's not here, is he? Oh, he is. Let's do this. All right. Thanks, everyone. And I'll see you later.
I don't even know what I was gonna do. I'm gonna look at like this one, I think. I'm gonna pull it out. 'Cause I feel like that one's almost too. It's just too similar to that. I mean, it's almost the right thing, but it's just so similar. This one is